I told you once, we about to get it. Call me Young Jack Ways, I'm about to rip it. I see you talking, but just hearing noise. You can't see me, but you feel me looking paranoid. A pretty boy with a chip shoulder. You feel like Atlas on my back, I got a big boulder. Watch it disintegrate, got the juice like Minute Maid. Yeah, my dog, I've been amazed. See the look up on that face, I feel like Emma J. Up in my mind, a straight renegade. Trying to see some better days, get this dough a million ways. About to go and make a change, make it right up out the maze. I'm the lion, you the prey, this is only child's play. Yeah, pen and hits up on the napkin, I just verbally assassin. All these rappers with no talent, on their toes like Michael Jackson. Watch me go and make it happen, like I sleep, a lot of passion. I'm a monster, don't you see? Let's get it cracking. Looking in the mirrors. Things to do when ain't done it all. About to go and get some plaques, hang them on the wall. About to end up at the Grammys, read a speech or two. Looking in the mirror saying this is me and you. About to make a dream into my life like that. Then I disappear to the night of black. Leather jacket all black, windows tinted all black. Till the lights go black. Made a promise to myself I never doubt again. The devil sitting on my shoulder, never bow to him. Yeah, I'm about to take control on some boss shit. Cause you never valued what you had until you lost it. But I got it back, hear the name, acknowledge that. To the top, applying that. What you say is not a fact. When I rap, it's not an act. When I pause, I hear the claps. Yeah, my flight will never crash, cause I'm the pilot, remember that. Yeah, I see right through the curtain, watch the shadows move. You got a target on your back, I'm coming right at you. And I'll get it, I'll never stop, it's genetics. I taste the blood with a medic, I live my life and I panic, yeah. Watching all my peers as they fall to the ground. I feel most welcome in a room with nobody around. Cause it's always been just me and my dreams of the crown. Turned into me and my team taking over the town. Got a list of things to do when ain't done it all. About to go and get some plaques, hang them on the wall. About to end up at the Grammys, read a speech or two. Looking in the mirror saying this is me and you. About to make a dream into my life like that. Then I disappear to the night of black. The jacket all black, windows tinted all black. Till the lights go black.
Так, всем привет. Да, Геншин. Это Геншин. Да как иначе? Мы прям вообще сейчас моментально сюжет начнем. Прям овер моментально. Я тут уже на локации, считай. Вот, не буквально надо сделать вот так. Повернуться. И Миндал сюда войти. Начнем с того, что меня на пир пригласили после удачного дела.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry! We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already!
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good! People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life!
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone.
Yeah. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right?
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss?
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you... is, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking!
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like, to be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective, which is exactly why the Spina di Rose, those highfalutin folk, are not all-knowing. That's why we...
Seems Paimon thought...
It's all right. Well, this was... Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your...
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her.
Well, would you consider some more,
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that...
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike...
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your... Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next...
No, it's fine. We're just...
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kinda...
Is that so? Huh. Well, if we're all finished eating, then I'll go...
Yeah, we're stuffed.
Деловая все же женщина у нас нашлась, Нави.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so... normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this...
Hey, Navia, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth...
See ya!
Какой-то фанатичный характер. Плавно. Легкий дождь без причины. У Нави какой-то легкий фанатичный характер, прям. Одно дело мы вместе сделали, и все, короче, мы вообще охренеть. Какие важные. Так. Зачем нам к фонтану? Наверное, есть какая-то причина на это. Надо бы квест почитать, кстати. Так. Направляйся на площадь с фонтаном перед оперным театром. Линии оправдали, но вы не уверены в том, каким должен быть все еще шаг. А, это мы вчера читали, да. Что ж. К фонтану, так к фонтану.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat
Vache.
Looks like we're back here, huh? Traveler? Ugh. That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back?
Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be some... Huh? Hang on. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Нас что, в фонтан затянуло?
Vache? Are you... my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know I'm... Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who has lost their form. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew, but now, we can... No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. The thought of me gives him no succor. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Perhaps that is so, as I was submerged in the waters. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed. Is that what you call it? Dissolving. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and... I think I hear your companion. Farewell then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Navi is outnumbered!
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance! should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually—
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to—
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with them is—
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce— I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via—
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's—
Yes. Be careful.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've got.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with—
I know, I just— She's—
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done. Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no—
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped—
Huh? Really? Paimon?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake. After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I saw that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall—
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordials.
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me—
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for—
Huh? Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
What? Why would they go after us, too? All we did was defend Linny and Court.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange—
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's—
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you—
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. we will continue to investigate. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still part. And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of...
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange a We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is...
Ой, я приохренел, кстати, когда атака началась, прям вообще, да. Что я выпал в осадок. Так, куда нам надо? Курдефетейн. Контейн. Ну, погнали. Куда нам? Отправляюсь на базу спина Дирасула. Да как нифиг делать, главная метка на карте. И я прибуду куда надо, когда захотите.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's
Опа, это что-то подземное. Это сюда? А мы подзем... Что? Настолько под землей? Тихо. Как бы не убиться тут. Вау. Вот такого поворота событий я явно не мог ожидать. Нас там еще вейпоинт ждет, как я вижу. Довольно прикольно. Пьяну попыталась сбежать. А, этот телепорт, он наверху находится. Нам нужен подземный. Вот этот вот. Поговорите с Мелсом. Красиво. Не могу спорить. Я так полагаю, на всю эту локацию это один телепорт единственный. Ну ладно. Ой. Вот он стоит. Я его даже не увидел.
This is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best...
Well, our funds, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact,
Seems like it's tough times for everyone.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in...
Your father... He was the previous...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And my father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor, instead of standing trial.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel. 3 years later, how could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
So that's why you're so...
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was However, I believe that if the murder case is related, I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving... And now, here I am investigating his death. You...
Demoiselle, please. If there is anything
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait! If Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one...
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have...
There is one other thing.
Oh! Her? Well, then... Isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed? Yeah. That's not the sort of thing that...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but there was only ever one choice.
It's not that I don't understand her at all.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding as...
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of... All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest.
Yeah.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure...
Так, отдохните. Ох, у нас апартаменты есть. А, нам их не покажут, блин, нам их не покажут.
Paimon slept so well. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your... But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle.
Does that...
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Верховный судья. Да ради бога.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Да уж вижу. Отправляйтесь в кабинет Верховного судья. Мы с ним уже болтали по-дружески так.
Halt!
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with a... This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that...
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might...
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is Justin.
Thanks so much.
Если их такие охранники, я понимаю, блин, почему у них происходит убийство, за этим никто не наблюдает.
Please come in.
Это слишком очевидно. Привет, новое.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while...
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Это была сильная сцена. Вполне сильная.
Octavia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder...
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to... Great. Let's go
У нас очень умный ГГшка. Оба, мы где? Это... Деревня Пуассон. Это нифига себе, у меня здесь ничего не открыто. У меня вот все вейпоинты по нулям. У меня под водой все, блин, разблокировано больше. Ну ладно. Хоть и тут. О, кстати, здесь... Где-то гидрокул. Ой! А это что такое? Не, ладно, мне не надо наверх. Мне надо вейпоинт активировать. Опять что-то под землей. Но какая-то маленькая точка под землей. Стоп. А, нет, бездна относится к подводной афере. Ладно, ой. Раскренить. Красиво.
Whoa! What a huge ship! What?
There's no need to be so surprised. Well, my father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior a gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself...
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all.
Что ж, довольно необычно видеть что-то подобное. А, вот он, гидрокул. Благо я эту механику уже знаю. Хоба. И все, и дальше погнали. Можно, пожалуйста, какой-нибудь нам путь дать? Ага, спасибо. Я прям наслаждаюсь этим металлическим звуком. Еще один? Сейчас.
Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quick?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me. You still remember, right, Malus?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call...
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce...
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created you. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father.
Huh? How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with... I think this third person is probably the key to the... On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying... Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace. There is no need to follow your father's path.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told... Was I not the closest person to him? What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting... Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death? I've never accepted that. Ever. I want to find out the real answer.
Davia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. And the serial disappearances case cost him. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side. But as long as you remain safe, if something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared.
Right. So nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to—
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable than losing faith.
So he chose to die in silence.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy— Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where Synth is produced. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the— But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have—
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just—
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of but a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been.
That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought—
I am the butler, after all. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the—
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. After several rounds of testing and the first is Florent.
Huh?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that thanks to his position within Boss's innermost there's someone else like him too. Marcel.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're—
So, they're like a sister organization?
Yes, you can say that. It's a bit difficult.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, since Thierry is always in the know about our current activity—
I see. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against—
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to—
Of course.
You're too kind. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence— After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in— If it might help, you could also pay—
Aw, thank you so much, Malus!
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to
Протокол по делу Калласа. Опять это как вот мы в суде делали. Ё-моё. Дождливой ночью 3 года назад участники банкета услышали снаружи выстрела. Когда они прибыли на место происшествия, Каллас держал в руках пистолет, а Жак был застрелен. Согласно результатам расследования, никто другой не мог скрыться с места преступления после убийства, и поэтому Калласа признали истинным виновным в этом деле. Чем мы сейчас пойдем всех допрашивать? Могу предположить, что так. Ну, начнем мы с семьи Жака. Резко. Извиняюсь. Это мне первое на ум пришло.
It is settled then. Please excuse me and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging it.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a console. I know only the full truth could bring close.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more.
Would you mind sharing it with me?
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was... So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal.
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his... I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, even if he fired the shot that killed my husband. It was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to...
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad? Papa always wanted to be a good man.
Well, things aren't always as they seem.
Yeah, Papa was a...
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is...
You really think so? That's the first time...
Они семьи Жака. Семья Жака полагает, что тот, кто получил приказ убить Калласа... что тот получил приказ убить Калласа, из-за чего сильно переживал. Возможно, Каллас защищался? Или за происшествием скрывается что-то еще? Хорошая теория!
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next.
Теперь надо поговорить с 3
and we should be
подозреваемыми.
able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way. So please don't worry.
А прикиньте, потом кажется, что, допустим, жена у Джака его это заставила и все такое.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was rain after my partner here put the dots together for me. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right at— My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a—
So you also remember 2 gunshots?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques. Or—
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up— But hold on. If that's what had happened, he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine. And did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything.
I understand. Then I'll leave And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my— Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today, no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my—
Don't worry. I will definitely— You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve—
Информация о Флоране. Флоран — советник Спина ди Расула. Он утверждает, что очень благодарен Калусу за его доброту. Флоран был на банкете в момент происшествия и может подтвердить, что когда Калус уходил, при нем не было оружия. Поговорите с Тьерри. Базар вокзал. Кайф.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also—
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these 2 friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These 2 are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, All you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Информация о Тьере. Тьерри ответственен за координацию и обмен информацией между Спиноди, Расу и жандармами. Длительное время обеспечивает общение между ними. По его словам, только очень богатые люди могут в частном порядке содержать большое количество жандарматонов. Свяжись с Марселем. Марсель. А ты наверху или ты внизу? Ты внизу. Хорошо. Спасибо, что ты внизу, а не наверху. Вот он стоит. Давайте телепорты, как в Сумеру, чтобы было быстрее добираться.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, The Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the...
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more, see if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however...
Информация о Марселе. Марсель — президент торговой ассоциации Карбиера, организатор банкета несколько лет назад. Спина Ди Расула и торговая ассоциация Карбиера всегда поддерживали тесные деловые отношения, хотя воспоминания Марселя о прошлом деле несколько туманны. Он готов заступиться за Навию. Так, систематизируйте улики с Навией. А, это наверху надо сделать. Ну, капец. А, нет, все нормально. Забавно.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the...
Given everything that's happened since, But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Ну, кто из трех подозреваемых имеет возможность контролировать Ну, Тьерри, поскольку он гвардиан.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a... If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how...
Так, я не могу эту книжку посмотреть. А Флоран кто? Флоран у нас... Мы знаем, что Марсель, он ассоциат большой очень кастует. А вот Флоран я забыл уже. Давайте Флорана выберем.
Flora? It is true that he was closest to my father, but as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security. so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford—
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to— Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Who could it be?
Так, а сейчас будем сопоставлять все доказательства. У нас, кстати, нет какой-то информации одной. У нас, кстати, есть... А почему нет? Хорошо, информация о Марселе.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most—
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't—
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means— Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie—
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be— We need far more—
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy—
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy—
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Да ну реально Чайлда судят? Ну, не, он фатуевец, но мы с ним вроде как закорешились. Надо помочь.
What? Is that some—
Yeah, we know him.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind—
Wait, how? None of our investigations have—
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you, if the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guard—
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the—
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear—
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected of my part. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on— You're right. This is our best opportunity. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back into—
We'll help you, just like you helped us.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Malou, Silver, when did you two get—
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson. In fact, it's our hope that your confidence will be bold.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste.
See you then.
Анализ подозреваемых, учитывая информацию о жандарматонах и результат расследования, мы можем сделать вывод, что единственный человек, который мог иметь в своем распоряжении большое количество жандарматонов и заниматься Господи, я язык сломаю, пока это прочитаю. Абсентианом. Не оставляя следов. Это Марсель. Please... что, катсцена сейчас будет?
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus,
Не.
we should
Короче,
also get going.
прошу... Так. Подождите минуту, пожалуйста. Я быстро. Все здесь. Так, отправитесь к месту, указанному
The
Мелос.
location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Найдите вход в штаб-квартиру.
According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Она под водой, я вам отвечаю. Сейчас. Так, поплыли. Толстое морское дно. Или что-то типа такого. Waypoint активируем. Блин, вход не под водой. А, нет, под водой. Оба.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It should. Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again. Miss, do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind this?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that. I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man. Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here—
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is—
Ох, ни хрена. Так. У нас кто? Марсель, главный подозреваемый?
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières. Huh? What confrérie?
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di—
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation.
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney.
Apologies. It all just happens. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all...
Navia, do you really think? Come on. Why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries.
Как мы это будем оспаривать? Как мы это будем оспаривать? Хорошо?
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no... in truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from...
Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guards can... However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities...
Так, и как, и что нам делать? Так, банкет. В день убийства Спина ди Росула строил большой банкет в загородном... в загородном поместье, принадлежащем торговой ассоциации Корбьера. Это нам надо... Вот. Нет? Нет. Нет. Что, тут вообще ничего у нас нет? Протокол по делу Калласа. Это нам смысл. Ага, здесь ничего нету, окей. Во время пиршества все гости услышали звуки выстрелов снаружи. Следствие предположило, что давно планировавший убийство Калласа расправился с давшим его с Жаком, но какие отношения связывали их на самом деле? Вот это... Нет, это не поможет нам. Опа.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of... However, in the end, he Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had all...
Хорошо. Опа, вот это мне нравится. Жак отказался от покушения на Калласа, обратился к нему за помощью. Такая у нас версия есть. Железные улики. Так, когда все подоспели, подозреваемый Каллас держал в руке пистолет, а встречавшийся с ним Жак был застрелен. Согласно результатам расследования, никто не мог скрыться с места преступления после убийства, поэтому Калласа признали истинным виновным в этом деле. Но после повторного расследования было установлено, что Каллас вышел с банкета без оружия. После того, детали дела указывают на присутствие на месте убийства третьего лица. Это нам не поможет. Это может? Это тоже нам не поможет. Опа.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus.
Это как раз похоже, то, что он выстрелил и потом растворился в воде. Из чего там оказалась какая-то одежда. Третий участник внезапно ворвался и убил Жака, а затем попытался убить Калласа, но во время борьбы получил пулю и погиб. Когда... когда Ёпта, когда Калас выхватил у него пистолет. Так. После осмотра места происшествия жандармы не нашли никакого другого огнестрельного оружия, поэтому было сделано предположение, что подозреваемый промахнулся во время первого выстрела и убил Жака вторым выстрелом. Предположение базировалось на идее невозможности присутствия третьего лица на месте преступления, однако, очевидно, существовал способ умело стереть следы убийцы. Вот это?
A pile of clothing was found at the scene, but now it is clear that the clothes were proof that since it was raining that day.
Супер. Что-то
Realizing
выстроили.
this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe.
Опровергнуто.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, 1, do you have the evidence to back up?
I'm afraid not.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little...
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved...
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the series. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on...
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the...
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter, but what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you...
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearance.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but...
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if, coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna...
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their... Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. And whose image do you... Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Нас теперь метать будет, короче, туда-сюда. Благо в Фонтейне мы умеем дышать под водой. Воу-воу-воу. А, мы можем отряд поменять? Да зачем? Мне и так нормально. Каминчик. Давай разнесем эти железячки. Бэм! Да пошла, жара. А чё он меня... А, нет, он меня атакует. А, это подтек. Это слабые прям. Вот когда мы прям жандарматонов встретим, тогда будет вообще жесть. Просто знакомиться с механикой, я так понял, тех, кто вообще ни разу не бывал в фонтейне до сюжета. А как? Стоп! Нет! Твою мать! Заново. Так, давай. О, рекомендуют водяных и криво. Но не. Это... Я сейчас расплачусь. Спасибо, что хотя бы опять суд не пришлось проходить. Однако, я так понял, придется опять драться с этими роботами. Но мне не привыкать. Еще раз одолеть 3 роботов для меня не особо проблема. Пошел. 2 и 3. Все, я не схожу с платформы. Ага. Кто ожидает нас дальше? Может, наконец-то жандарматоны? Ничего, с чем можно было бы взаимодействовать. А нет, вот дверь. Какая-то. Куда нас ведут? Вниз? Да ладно. И... Что-то я не понимаю ничего. А, нет, я понимаю. Угу. Вот, да. А, мы хотим наполнить водой весь... Ну ладно. Так. О, еще жандарматон. Пока это все слабенькие. А еще появились.
No pain, no gain. Up to it, Manzai.
Ну и давайте еще раз. Замечательно. Так.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Замечательно. Красиво, однако. Еще один механизм. Вот они, главные уроды. Спасибо, что нам дорожку открыли ковровую. Вот эти две машины самые жесткие из всех жандарматонов. Давайте поближе подходите, братья. Им вообще похрен, что ли?
Got lucky that time.
Wind blade.
Nowhere to hide.
Many happy returns.
А могу его просто втянуть туда? Откис. А, вон собака появилась.
Speed of light. Hey.
Отлетел. И второй.
Don't blink.
Бам!
Incoming.
Красота. Какая же все же большая тут площадь.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia.
Ищите улики в глубине штаб-квартиры. Вот она что-то есть.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's... The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens... Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. How can someone write something that terrible and so you read the rest? Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did all of these Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. Ah, you mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim. No, that's not it either. If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water? In any case,
Эксперимент номер 16, это мы все прочитали. Сохранилось еще много подобных записей. Так. Я не могу слушать музыку. Я хотел включить музыку, но не могу.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as... Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
Счет по итогам расследования о Калласе, найденные на полке улики по делу Калласа, тайный организатор не верил, что Жак способен на убийство, и отправил третье лицо убедиться в смерти Калласа. Дальнейшая информация в некоторой степени подтверждает мотивы убийцы. Мы этим уже доказали, короче, что ни Каллас, ни Жак не были убийцами.
What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these... Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought, and then they were turned into water, and all the boxes of things. These names.
Вещи пропавших без вести, найденные в сердце штаб-квартиры, предметы в коробках, сгруппированные по их владельцам. Имена похожие соответствуют жертвам дела об исчезновениях. Это может свидетельствовать о том, что это было их последней остановкой. Что мы еще не осмотрели? Почему мне камеру ворочит, блин, фиксировать? Мы туда не можем пройти. А что мы еще не осмотрели? Вот шкафы какие-то. Книжную полку мы осмотрели. Вещи мы осмотрели. Что мы еще не осмотрели? Что тут? Вот еще. Бутылки.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea. Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stacks? Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's super!
Абсинтион. Широко распространенный препарат, который ненадолго вызывает у пьющего сильные приятные ощущения, но обладает не менее сильным побочными эффектами. Изготовитель пользуется этим свойством для получения огромной прибыли от продаж. Еще? Еще раз, бутылки мы осмотрели. Лабораторный стол мы осмотрели. Опа. Водоем.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth, and that special water is the main. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating.
Водоем с водой первозданного моря. Найденный в сердце штаб-квартиры бассейн наполнен водой первозданного моря, которая могла быть использована настоящими преступниками для создания абсинтиона или непосредственно для растворения людей.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on, but... Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this.
Что нам еще делать предлагают? Найдите улики, связанные с Вашером. Опять же, где-то здесь. А что мы еще не просмотрели? Лабораторный стол мы осмотрели. Бутылки мы осмотрели. Всякую всячину мы осмотрели. Сюда, наверное, нет смысла уходить. Фонтан мы, подъем мы осмотрели, книжную полку мы осмотрели. Или нам надо повторно осмотреть улики? Помимо счетов расследований, здесь также имеется множество исследовательских материалов, похожие. А! Я знаю, что с Вашером связано. Вон там же подписи были, по-моему, на лабораторном столе. А, нет, это не то, что-то. Может, со всякой... Может, отпечатки на вещах? Да, кстати.
We'll find something for sure. Ugh, nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then... you found her. Aww. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. So many! A whole page's worth! But the final name Marcel! Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
Записная книжка Винье. В записной книжке девушки по имени Винье сохранилось множество историй о ней и ее возлюбленном Вашере. На одной странице она подготовила целый список имен для их будущего ребенка, но в конце составила имя Марсель. У нас все доквы есть.
And whose image do you see? Mars, is it a man named Vache? Oh. So you...
I'm merely surprised you'd...
I was...
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner.
Just how often do you intend to flout?
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
А сейчас мы докажем обратно. Нам нужно выбрать вот это. Записная книжка Винье.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that...
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we are... After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, you fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, and so you never noticed how we changed or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectation.
Or our determination to see things.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself.
Do you really think... Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignère's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice. Your beloved drama. Vignère is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she... But I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved. No matter...
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have? But I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! Vignère, please, Vignère, don't think badly of me.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that...
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignère. During an underwater expedition, Vignère accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignère back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, after exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial... The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Miss... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and...
He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the...
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to, so—
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Ugh, what now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before—
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right?
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is— We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to— What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Judge.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is by law. Guards, please take the suspect into custody.
А вот это уже я в шоке стал. Мне даже интересно, что он вытворит.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Вот это была сильная сцена.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you looking at me? I don't know what happened there either.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either? But that's impossible.
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe— Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's—
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had—
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my and of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as— If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, everything he's done— Not all shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand. Now, having said that, Although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end.
So she chose to make her escape after all.
So you're saying we shouldn't...
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost.
All right. Even though we feel... After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Это... Так, стоп. То, что, допустим... Ну, да, он сделал... Что он сделал? Он много сделал плохого. То есть, допустим, он атаку вот этого чудовища отчасти организовал. По прошлым, я не знаю, что он делал еще до встречи с нами, он еще нас убить пытался. Но он как будто переобулся в целом. Да и как будто судить его должны явно не в Фонтейне. За то, что он сделал. Да и как-то у меня нет к нему негатива. Я не считаю, что обвинение Чайльда было необходимым.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vash? I erased all records of that name. So...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make...
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the Very well.
Your Honor,
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I
Thank you.
А вот это уже неожиданный поворот. Действительно неожиданный поворот. Надо к фонтану нам получается, да, вот. Надеемся, что Винья с Вашером смогут поговорить.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it. So...
Vinier, it's me, Vache.
Vache?
I'm here. Where are you,
Hey, wait!
Vinier, is that you? It's...
Vache? Why did you come? You look a lot older than I remember.
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, if not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you,
I would have continued to pursue my life if not for you. I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses, our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
No! Vignier! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please. Have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Так, подожди. Ну, сцена вот под конец прям стала вообще размытая. То есть вот этих эффектов не хватало. Хотя у меня музыка не была включена. Может, из-за этого еще не было мощности в сцене.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days.
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the court since then. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those... Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah. Way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. To be fair, though, it was a really flat... She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on...
Oh, yeah. She told us about that.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about... Oh, and in other news...
Oh, are you two on better terms?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clorinde gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clorinde wasn't actually a bad...
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fix... Oh, actually, there's still...
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave. And on top of that, just...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with...
And in that case, everyone, let's...
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining...
Довольно удивительно. Ну, как удивительно. Она степнули, получается.
This is where my father's grave is.
Huh? There's someone there already. Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Now...
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice, anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own... Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callis proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, a justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say...
Ah, so Navia and Nerv... Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after... Paimon parents never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there? Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't... Oh, no. Paimon hopes Miss Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Так, что нам поговорите с Новелетом? Окей.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just...
I see.
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it...
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea.
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say...
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's... What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a true...
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Nev...
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life... To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its... Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Lenny that told us back then. And that about covered...
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy direct. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before...
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro?
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to...
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? My apologies. My investigation has still not reached. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered
But you also...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integral. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long...
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my... In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger, if we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly...
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like? Your sibling. Another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the... Is there anything else? Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Вторая глава завершена. Супер.
You know, we've been walking around for a while.
Не, подожди, я хочу все же сюжет. О, кстати, тут телепорт есть неподалеку.
Something about having a place ready for us there, didn't she?
Стоп, это что такое?
Go!
Это что такое? Нифига. Не ожидал какого-то летающего объекта тут увидеть. Ну что ж. Так.
Yep, there's the room, and it's empty and waiting for us as promised. Now that the serial disappearances case has been solved, no one's going to come after us for anything. Why don't we stay and rest up here for a while? Even machines and Fontaine need to stop and reach. Oh, come on, this place isn't that bad. Oh, fine. Remember that detective story Paimon read before? Well, the author is about to release a new book, so Paimon wanted to buy it as soon as it came out and have a quiet... Yippee! Then it's agreed. Come on, let's get some sleep. We'll need to be up first thing... Paimon didn't expect that style at all. Even though it's a detective novel, it's also like a social documentary. No? Paimon just spends a bit more time sleeping than you, that's...
Excuse me, but do you know if the Traveler and Paimon are
Huh? Who are you? Paimon doesn't recall seeing you before.
A blonde traveler and a chatty little fairy. Whew, looks like I found the place.
Hey, what do you mean by chatty? Paimon's always careful not to talk too much.
It's an honor to meet you both. I was sent from the Palais Mermonia. Monsieur Neuvillette wishes to see you. It seems he has something important to discuss.
Neuvillette? He wants to see us again already?
I am not privy to the details. It would be best if you came to the Palais.
If you say so.
Now that I've delivered the message.
Thanks. We haven't left the room for a few...
Так, а чё Новелю это надо? Я не здесь в глубине. Мне почему-то кажется то, что ему надо поговорить по поводу Чайльда. Ну, Тарталья, окей. Тарталья, Чайльд, одно и то же. Курдефтейн. Поговорите с Невилетом. Почему не Невилет? По-моему, Невилет бы более по-русски звучало. Зачем это Йо? У нас в России же принято принижать букву Йо. Зачем мы ее сюда запихали? Привет, Невилет.
Yes, I did send someone to fetch you. But as for what I'd like to discuss next, well, I still...
Given that we've already made the trip here, you should just...
I do indeed have something I'd like to ask you to do. However, you should wait until the situation... If I'm understanding you correctly, the Snezhnayan Harbinger known as the Knave has essentially requested a diplomatic meeting with you, correct? I heard that she was originally from Fontaine, but for her to suddenly arrive here and abruptly request such a meeting like... I sincerely advise you to refuse her invitation outright. I'm sure you're aware that her purpose is most likely related to Child's recent predict. We convicted one of the Snezhnayan harbingers in a court of law, but we have yet to provide any form of detailed report on the matter. This does indeed provide an opportunity for Snezhnaya to put. I believe we should adopt an evasive stance until we can provide a proper explanation and have a preliminary plan on how to deal with the matter.
No, we shouldn't. I think we should agree to the meeting.
Oh?
Well, you see, we are the ones that owe an explanation. If we keep putting off the meeting, it could easily result in the problem escalating, right? It's like a fight between two friends. If they don't agree to see each other and talk in person, isn't it possible that the friendship could end entirely?
Though diplomatic relations between Fontaine and Snezhnaya could be considered as friendly, it is only superficially so. You wouldn't go so far as to say that our nations are friends, as you did in your example.
It was just an analogy. An analogy, okay?
Moreover, even if we were to talk in person, if we don't have sufficient information prepared, it is quite possible the result wouldn't be restored relations, but a complete falling out.
I don't think we should overthink those possibilities yet. Even if the logic of the divine... Besides, you'll be at the meeting. If any problems do pop up, you'll have no problem navigating them.
I must clarify that interacting and communicating with people outside of court is not my cup of tea. It seems you think too much of me. But more importantly, when did I agree to join the meeting with you?
No, that won't do. I can't go to the meeting alone. You have to accompany me. I must take you with me.
Насколько она беспомощна. Она... Для нее любой суд — это реально шоу. Она сама не может вести судебные дела. Именно, блин, поэтому... Без Новелита она никто.
Lady Farina, could there be something else regarding this matter that is being kept from me?
No, not at all. Look, I am the Hydro-Archon of Fontaine, Focalor, the god of justice who is loved and adored by many. So I only hope that justice will be served in this matter.
Though it could officially be considered a diplomatic conference, I prefer to see our meeting today as an ordinary tea party.
Я все думал, кто такая Арлекино или Арлекино. Я бы, кстати, ее Арлекино называл. Вот, понял, короче, Арлекино — это одна из патуевцев, из представителей Снежной. Возможно, кстати, замена сеньоры. Не знаю. Но на самом деле Арлекино мне понравилось по внешности.
I assume you see it the same way, Miss Farina? Lady Farina?
Yes, that's right. Just like you said, a tea party. I should thank you for providing the pitch to make this tea party.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Monsieur Neuvillette. I was born in Fontaine, so naturally, there's no need to introduce the nation's revered Eudex to me.
Hello. The pleasure is also mine.
First, I would like to thank the two of you. I'm often away on business outside of Fontaine, and I'm told that the children of the House of the Hearth have been well taken care of by... Oh, I'm not referring to when my children, Linny and Lynette, were falsely accused by... The children of the House of the Hearth are often misunderstood, perhaps due to the reputation of the Fatui. There's no getting around that. All I meant to say is that Fontaine has been stable in recent years. That is something truly worth cherishing.
Now then, You have come regarding the matter of child, correct?
Well, yes. It appears the ever-busy Udex Nouvillette doesn't wish to waste time with yes. As you surmised, understanding child's situation is indeed one of... As we are both diplomats from Snezhnaya, as well as Fatui harbingers, Child and I have always been colleagues. Were anything to happen in Fontaine, each of us would serve as the other's attorney to resolve the issue. So now, in my capacity as his attorney, I request that Child be turned over to Snezhnaya. We have a responsibility to cooperate with Fontaine.
The rules governing attorneys only apply before a trial has concluded. Since a verdict has already been rendered, we see the case as settled. I apologize for being unable to grant your...
An outright refusal. Very well. I respect all the rules of Fontaine's courts, just... Okay. Why don't we back up a step? You don't need to transfer Child to us. I only request to enter the Fortress of Merit. It's not like you couldn't even manage to fulfill a simple request like that. Right, Miss Farina?
About that.
The Fortress of Meropide has always been completely autonomous. Even we have no authority to interfere. However, if you absolutely must confirm the situation of the Harbinger...
The knave showed up already? Well, Lenny did say that Father will be returning soon. We didn't even know that Lenny was from the House of the Hearth at the time, so we kinda overlooked that information.
Yes, thank you for your kind advice. I also noticed that Lady Farina acts a little odd and unnatural whenever I bring up matters related.
Could the knave be?
If that were the case, then why wouldn't Lady Farina inform me? And what means could the knave possibly have to twist the...
So maybe that's not very likely.
In reality, this problem is even more thorny than it appears. According to reports from the Fortress of Meropide, Child recently disappeared under... The details are still unclear. We cannot rule out an escape, but there have also been no reports of him outside of the... Special guards oversee the fortress, and its internal systems are extensive. Combined with the special characteristics of the surrounding terrain, an escape should not be possible. I suspect that there's something else behind Child's disappearance.
Это Фатуи. Это Фатуи. Они могут из говна сделать смертельное ядро, которое разорвет Тайват к хренам. Только дайте им мотивацию. То, что Тортилья сбежал из тюрьмы, это... Я не удивлен. Учитывая даже его характер просто.
I was only willing to share this information with you because you are friends of Child, and it is my duty to see justice done.
So this is what you wanted to see us...
Yes. I would like you to go... This was my proposal during our meeting with the knave. Rather than allowing her to intervene, I offered to send someone to find out about Child. The knave did not seem satisfied by my proposal, but she still agreed to go along with it for the time being.
So that means we bought ourselves some time.
Firstly, you're already acquainted with Child. Your eyes may discern relevant details there that others would miss. And secondly, is the consideration of the unique nature of the
Isn't it just Fontaine's prison?
I would not define it so crudely. The Fortress of Meropide is not affiliated with the court system of Fontaine on paper. It has always existed as early in Fontaine's history, criminals were punished with exile, not imprisonment. Even today, sentences against convicted criminals still... The Fortress of Meropide may seem like a prison, but it should in fact be regarded as a gathering place for exiles. All we do is dispatch guards to keep watch and help maintain security, but we have no right to get involved with any other matters. Although I do have a personal relationship with the administrator there, neither myself nor the courts have the right to be directly involved with the investigation, no matter how serious the grounds.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. That's why you need us to conduct our own...
Correct. I will arrange false charges against you so that you may secretly investigate inside the fortress during your... So, are you two willing to accept my proposal?
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, it seems we're the best choice. Alright, we hereby accept this difficult task.
You two have my sincere thanks. This matter is of critical importance to Fontaine's current situation. Also, I hope that both of you can keep this operation a secret. We will rendezvous at the Fortress of Meropede's entrance on Erenius once you've prepared yourselves.
Prepared ourselves?
Perhaps you could enjoy a good meal and have a nice bath. I'm afraid that living conditions inside the fortress are nothing.
Oh, right! Even, on second thought, is it too late to back out?
Please do not worry. Since you are sacrificing both your time and quality of life for the sake of delivering this report, you will be compensated according to the highest standards permitted to legal staff, regardless of the outcome.
Now that's more like it! Come on, Traveler, let's go eat the best meal we can find!
Are you leaving now? In that case, please take this cake as a token of my...
Так. Отправляйтесь в кафе Лютос. А можно нет? Я не хочу. Не хочу кушать. Я не хочу жрать. Я сыт. Барабдай, дубдай. Барабдай. Дай. Дай, да, дай.
Paimon will have that, and that. Oh, and one of those too? No Fanta, thank you. That cake was pretty good. But as soon as Paimon remembered that we were about to go to prison, Paimon's stomach suddenly became complete. Now that Paimon thinks about it, we've always been but here we are, about... Let's just try our best to investigate everything.
Oh, what is that I hear? Is it the taste of a breaking...
Hey! You can't hear a taste! And what...
Oh, don't remind me. I invited an eyewitness to a case to eat here, and I was planning to get some great material. Calm down, calm down. This is nothing new. As a journalist, you should be used to this by now. Never mind. It's nothing. I just heard you mention...
No way! We would never! We're just going... Oh no, Paimon almost forgot that Neverlet told us to keep it a secret!
Huh? You're being arrested for that? Oh. But now that I think about it, I suppose that's not completely unreasonable. That's pretty despicable.
You mean Paimon really did something that serious? Sorry, Paimon really messed up.
Well, in that case, it's nothing particularly newsworthy after all. Oh, how... Oh, right. There's still a chance. Since you're going to be...
About that...
Oh, it's nothing difficult. All you have to do is think of a way to get... He was awarded the honorary title of Duke in Fontaine. Sounds really cool, huh? On top of that, the Fortress of Meripede has... Oh, if I could write an exclusive article...
You make it sound...
Of course. I wouldn't ask you to do it for free.
Alright, you got a deal.
Then it's settled. The food should be here any second, right? Huh? Wait, just how much did you order?
Извините меня, пожалуйста. Шарлотта просто охренела немного. Давайте включим музыку. Я уверен, там будет какая-то очень нагнетающая музыка, и очень хочу ее послушать. Так. Ой, я могу крутку сделать. Ну-ка. Говно. Эх, когда же мне выпадет лего? Ой, когда же мне выпадет лего? Это нифига себе далеко идти, блин. Ах.
Wait. Paimon just said something really ominous, didn't she?
Это нам надо сквозить или нам надо обойти будет? Надеюсь, можно будет просто сквозь войти. Не надо обходить. Но это не проблема. Ой. Секунду. О. Я думаю... И теперь побежали еще раз. Зато залутали гидрокула. Сколько у нас гидрокулов? О, у нас уже 3 гидрокула, 3 дендрокула и 1 электрокул. Надо будет потом их залутать. Точнее, внести в статую. О, новое тоже здесь.
All right, Neverlet, we're ready. Is this where...
You have come, just as promised. Yes, this is the one and only entrance to the fortress of Meripede from Irenaeus. Careful. You may want to step back.
Ooh, so you have to go down from here?
Utilizing both the barrier of the water as well as the fear humans have of the depths. The fortress of... But do not worry. It is not nearly as frightening inside as you may think.
Paimon hopes you're right. Don't know about you, but...
Oh, and there's one more thing. I mentioned that I have had personal dealings with the administrator.
Yeah, we heard about him too.
Correct. He is the highest-ranking manager of the underwater prison. Even though you are going there to investigate at my... The Duke rarely ever leaves the fortress of Meripede. But that does not mean he is not privy to all that is happening inside and outside the fortress. He is quiet, but not unaware. All right. That's about all the time that we have to talk privately.
Don't worry, we won't let you down.
Good.
I'm here, Monsieur Nervalet. These two are the newest convicts, I presume?
Like we would try.
Please follow me, you two. I'll process your paperwork for entering the fort.
Без формальности, проверка простаты. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Так. Заняты другим заданием. Текущее задание Ксения. Продолжение текущего задания след. Делать локации задания занятыми, чтобы отмежать их выполнению. Что? Мне надо какое-то задание мира выполнить? Хорошо. Если продолжить текущее задание, ресурсы для других зданий будут заняты, и здания будут приостановлены. Что мне выполнить еще раз надо? Блин. Задание мира какое-то. Еще раз. Завершенная комедия. У меня задание мира есть. Краски. Не то. Я не вижу этого задания. Снежно. Здесь. Нет. Нет. Охотник, тень. Институт краски и иллюзий. Я не понимаю, где это задание находится. Типа, еще раз. Продолжение текущего здания делать локации следующих зданий, что будет мешать их выполнению. Незавершенная комедия, задание мира. Вот задание мира у меня. Это краски иллюзий, институт Фатена, тень над Петрикором, охотник над грозой, затерянный в песках. Я никакой незаконченной комедии не вижу. Ой, была не была. Погнали. Сами себя гасим. Сами себя. Даже в тюрьме есть гидрокул.
Are we already underwater now? Huh. So this is what it feels like to be a criminal in Fontaine.
You two seem to be taking this pretty well. It's rare to see convicts in such a good mood. Monsieur Nervalet personally requested I escort these two convicts. I suppose...
Well now, aren't you the lucky one? Must be nice.
Well, have you tried service with a smile?
Yeah, right. As if. Even if I did smile at them, the convicts would probably just think that I'm...
Oh, she's got a...
Well, I've finished transferring you. You two will register...
Yep. I'll take it from here. Okay, let me see. You are the Traveler and Paimon.
That would be us!
Let me confirm your charges and sentence. Eating a cake specially prepared for the Archon by a Snezhnayan envoy without the Archon's permission, thereby incapacitating the political...
Huh? Wait!
Just looking at the charges, it seems you two are capable. And considering how fond Lady Furina is of sweets, this crime is tantamount to trying to assassinate the Hydro Archon. Now I've seen everything. Anyway, please stand in front of the board over...
Oh, all right! But...
Прям как в реальной тюрьме, вы посмотрите. Недовольно так ручки сложила.
And we're done. Thank you for your cooperation.
Huh? Rebirth?
You two are the new inmates, right? Follow.
Oh, okay!
Save it. Not like I'll remember your name.
Блин, видно. Подожди, я не хочу с тобой... Нет! Верните меня, хочу забрать гидрокул.
So, are you one of the guards here?
Why should I tell you anything? What's in it for me? This is exactly why I can't stand you fish. I wouldn't even be doing this if it weren't for the credit coupons.
Credit coupon?
Alright, seeing as you're not the annoying kind that's getting dragged in here crying and blubbering, I guess I can tell you a few things. But next time, Mora means nothing here. Here, we use credit coupons. Coupons can get you almost anything in the Fortress of Meripede. Desires? Fulfilled. You want power? No problem.
So, credit coupons are a currency that can only be used...
It's not as simple as that. Like Moret said, everyone gets a chance at rebirth. No matter how much money or power you had before, it means nothing once you set foot inside the Fortress of Meripede. Everyone starts from the same place, and you have a chance at a new, less terrible life. I guess that's the real purpose of the coupons. They symbolize true fairness, and this is also exactly why so many criminals choose not to return to the outside world, even after they've served their sentence.
Oh, so that's what the Fortress of Meripede is like. Huh. Paimon was under the impression that it'd be more like a prison.
It certainly ain't all sunshine and roses here, but it's also not the worst place to be. You'd better take a good look at the scenery now. It'll be the last chance you get for a while. After being away from the sunlight for so long, even the terrifying depths of the sea start to feel like home. It just stops feeling oh, I'm actually an inmate like you two. Welcoming newcomers is a job I've picked up to earn some extra coupons.
Why aren't you answering us again?
I've told you enough for free. Any more?
So all you care about is Mora!
Almost there. It's down through here.
Ну нас же, по идее, должны выкинуть отсюда пораньше немножечко, чем через 45 дней. Гарды и их... А можно я их отпинаю? У меня вон каминчик есть крутой. Поедем в глубокой тишине вниз.
So, we're going even deeper now? Just how deep down are we?
It's like a metaphor for your previous life, isn't it?
Our lives weren't that bad.
Ну что ж, ой. Я случайно. Сорян, мужики.
So this is the actual entrance to the Fortress of Meripede? Huh. It looks like there are other new arrivals too. Oh, they sure don't look happy. Maybe we look too relaxed. Oh, right. We're on someone else's territory now. If we're discovered, even Neuvillette might not be able to rescue us. Hey! Don't scare Paimon!
Look, I don't really know you, and I have no idea what kind of crime you committed, but...
Someone important?
Now's not the time to worry about that. Anyway, it's over there, so... You just go on over there by yourself.
What was that all about? Wait a second. Are there usually so many garter mechs around here? They're already onto us?
Prisoners numbers 7459 and 7560. Welcome. Oh, no need to be anxious. These Gardamex aren't here to attack you. In fact, they're here as your honor guard. When I heard that you were friends of Monsieur Neuvillette, I had the Gardamex come and waiting for—
Wait! You know about our connection with Neuvillette?
The seafloor isn't as cut off from the world as you might imagine. However, I'm afraid that I know nothing more. And as you can see, committing a crime means being sentenced here. Even if—
The Duke! Greetings, Your Grace. Lovely weather today.
Oh, greetings, my good fellow. Well, I'm willing to imagine that the weather is as good outside the sea as you say it is.
My profuse apologies. I just got—
So this is the Duke. He sure looks a lot younger.
The Traveler and Paimon, correct? Mr. Deacon here was responsible for your welcome. Outstanding. Well, Deacon, I recall we discussed fate during our last work meeting, I believe that fate will reward all those who— When you return to your bunk, you'll find the guards have issued some—
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Your Grace. Oh, and you two. I can't believe you gave me such praise. If you need anything in the future, anything, please.
Well, I believe that concludes the introductions.
Yes, Your Grace. I'll take my...
Вот так вот и надо работать.
Please, follow me. To make you feel more welcome, I'll show you around the various facilities of the
He's going to personally give us a cure? Huh. Paimon, no wonder Charlotte's so interested in him. He's one of those mysterious types. Alright, let's keep up with him.
Let's keep up with him. Активирована новая точка возрождения. Мне надо научиться разговаривать явно. Запись «Медная крепость» занесена в архив. Что ж, выглядит, ну, не прям супер огромно. Либо это просто не все, учитывая, что он там лифт есть.
There's no need to be so reserved. The label of criminal is nothing but one of many identities. And being criminally inclined here...
Is it really okay for the warden to think like that?
Well, then, maybe you'll be able to carve out a name and a place for yourselves in this underwater world, hmm? But, before you go in swinging, please remember that in the Fortress of Meripede, it's better to not cause trouble for yourself. Now, we've arrived at a very important place. The Coupon Cafeteria. You can come here and claim one welfare meal each day.
Welfare meal? You mean it doesn't cost anything?
That's right. Criminals are essential to Fortress operations, so we must guarantee that they at least have the basic means to survive.
But that's not how it was. Back in the day, it cost you credit coupons just to get a cup of water here. For fish like you who just arrived with nothing, you'd have to go to work hungry until you earned enough coupons to eat. It was only after His Grace became the administrator that we got the free meal rule. Now everyone gets a square meal every day, even no-good slackers who've never picked up a wrench in their whole lives. Nobody starves to death here.
In the Fortress of Meripede, credit coupons are the only currency, and everything must be purchased. In some sense, you could say using the coupons is a form of trade. But trade is always conducted by people. So if we want trade here to prosper, we need... If nobody could even afford a meal, then the whole fortress would be up in arms. That would only make things more difficult for me. So, rather than saying that we're giving everyone a free meal here, you should say that everyone's hard work has improved the living conditions.
Your Grace's reasoning is correct, but what I said is also true. Whatever the case, hard work is rewarded here. You'd be hard-pressed to find anywhere else as fair and reasonable.
Right! Paimon sees your point. By that logic, this place doesn't seem... Oh, wait, no. We shouldn't drop our guard so quickly. But it seems the inmates really...
Let's continue this way.
Герцог выглядит красиво, я не буду спорить. Конечно, в нашей России его бы отпинали за такой вид, но в Геншине этот персонаж выглядит безумно статно. Столь статную персону не стоит недооценивать. Ой. Ладно, летаем. Тут мы плавать не можем под водой. Так, а еще подождите, стоять. Не понял. Видимо, не на этом этаже.
This place is known as the Pancration Ring. Sometimes we have criminals who have more energy than they know what to do. So, instead of leaving them to their own devices, we've provided them with this dedicated...
Pancration matches? And you can earn extra coupons?
But I must warn you that your sentence will be extended if you fail to restrain yourself and end up seriously injuring or killing your opponent.
So, did you set this place up too?
No, actually. I just granted approval for the organizer to use this area to build the ring, and I collect a portion of the proceeds in return. Of course, the fees are also quite useful.
Oh. Do you mind?
Sure. Ensuring personal safety, maintaining the arena, and resolving any conflicts that arise. Why? Are you interested in how to manage a pancration ring?
Oh, no. I'm always just wondering if that's how you paid for everyone's welfare meals.
A reasonable guess. I see you have a talent for entrepreneur.
Oh, you hear that? Paimon has a talent! So we can start—
That is something you can discuss between yourselves later. Let's move on for now.
Let's move on for now. I agreed. Your perspiration. Я не знаю, как я не забыл как предложение по-английски. I agreed your idea. I say so. А стоп, нам надо наверх подняться. Для этого есть лифт. А. Не, подожди, я в кабинет не хочу пока немножко. Надо подняться на этаж повыше. Да ради бога. Еще надо пока поменять вот на вот это. А вот и точка телепортации. Музыка тут достойная в крепости.
Your Grace. Good morning. I mean, good afternoon. No, wait, what time is it again?
What time indeed? Time waits for no one, so it's best to keep an eye on it.
My...
Jeez, that guy's so nervous.
Sorry.
These are the dormitories, which is where inmates sleep. The guards will inform you where your bunk is later. In the Fortress of Meripede, criminals usually spend most of their time in either the
The production zone? What does it produce?
Not necessarily. Though working in the production zone is the most reliable way to earn credit coupons.
Wow. Wait, you're the manager of this place?
The fact that the Fortress of Meripede has continued operating completely autonomously. As for what we produce, many of the clockwork machines seen all over Fontaine originate from our workshop. Therefore, the Fortress of Meripede is not only a place where criminals serve their sentences, but there's no need for me to get into specifics about the production process now. You'll experience it all firsthand when you report for work tomorrow. Let's move on. The tour continues over this way.
Лени, я сразу его узнал. Я его сразу узнал.
You really scared me there. I didn't expect to see you here, Your Grace.
The only thing you should be seeing is the work in front of you. Stay focused. Oh? Is...
It's nothing.
Видимо, у нас какая-то менталка, и мы поняли, что лучше не палиться. Что мы его знаем. Мало ли. Подождите, пожалуйста, минуту. Я тут, я пока поем, поэтому помолчу.
Your Grace? What are you doing in the infirmary at a time like this?
Not yet, unfortunately for you. But thank.
Oh. Then you must be here for those two.
Allow me to introduce you. This is the infirmary, and Sigewin here is the Fortress of Merapede's head nurse.
Hello, new faces. They call me the head nurse, but I actually handle all the nurse-related work all by myself down here.
Since you seem to have some rare downtime with no patients, perhaps you could find the time to join us for dinner?
Oh, then these two must be some important convicts. Sure!
Thank you. Your presence will be the pièce de résistance for today's tour.
Oh, so the tour part is over now?
I believe I've already covered the primary aspects of life here in the fortress. As for your work, there'll be someone else to guide you through the details. Is there anything else? I seldom conduct tours, so why don't you just ask if you have any questions?
Well, this is our first time here. Paimon's not sure what to—
Then let's head back to the coupon cafeteria. Maybe a meal will help you think up some questions.
You should at least try to be excited. Our free meals are actually pretty good here.
Очень грандиозно выглядит это строение. Возьмите еду в купонной столовой. А как выйти отсюда? Если правильно, подождите. Как? Наверное, как-нибудь так. Ладно. Bam.
What do you think of the food? Does it meet your expectations? Wow, it looks delicious! Neverlet made it sound like living conditions in the Fortress of Meripede wasn't very good. Who would have guessed that criminals get to eat tasty food like this every day? Oh, isn't that the meal box that only super lucky people manage to draw?
It actually has nothing to do with luck in this case. I had a work.
Oh, you mean the meals are... Yes, what you get to eat depends completely on your luck. You could say that it's a distasteful... Paimon knew it! If criminals got to eat tasty food like this every meal, the crime rate in Fontaine would skyrocket for sure. Excuse me, did I hear you mention Nervulette just now? I've been wondering how he's doing. He seems healthy no matter how you look at him, but he works so hard.
Sounds like he hasn't changed a bit. Looks like you can stop worrying so much, Sigewin.
Oh, that's good. But I still feel like it's been too long since I've heard any news about him.
No news is good news. Maybe next time I've got something to discuss with him, I can invite you to accompany us.
But isn't the Fortress of Meropede independent from Fontaine's court system? What do you two have to discuss?
Well, we provide all kinds of mechanical products for official use, and some essential goods have to be obtained from the overworld, so Monsieur Nervulette's character is unimpeachable. In light of that, I am quite willing to go out, in fact. Right now, I'm treating you two as guests invited by Monsieur Nervulette. But unfortunately, after this, you two will just be inmates here. You're very welcome. Well, your new life awaits.
Я хочу в механическое что-то. Я хочу чем-нибудь механическое поделать. Чтобы подняться выше, нужен элеватор. Ну ладно, хочу посмотреть, что за кабинет. Ой. Ой. А я не рано зашел сюда? А-а-а. Могу посудить, это кабинет главнокомандующего вот этого. Где лифт? А, вот мне тут намек дают. А, вон он точно. Так. Ну, боже, атмосфера тут нагнетающая и вправду. Однако она очень тонкая.
The Traveler and Paimon, right? Listen up. As new inmates, the only thing you need to worry, your bunks are right over there. Follow me.
So this is where we'll be sleeping from now on. Oh, Paimon can't believe this! By the way, Traveler, we saw, even though the Duke didn't say it too directly, judging from what he said at the end, we are criminals, and Paimon did eat that cake. But we're actually here, Is it possible that he knows we're here on a mission? Yeah, Paimon thinks so too. He probably knew why we came here from the very beginning. Maybe something like, hey, I have my eyes on you, so don't try anything funny. Yeah, you're right. It's not like we can go back to Novelette empty-handed and say, the Duke looks scary, so we gave up. And besides, the Duke said that he was willing to go out of it, so we at least need to try. But, you mean... Yeah, that's what Paimon was thinking too! Fortunately, based on his attitude, it looks like the Duke sees Linny as just... We worked so hard to help clear Linny and Lynette's names, and yet we turn around and bam! Oh, right! Linny and Lynette are from the House of the Hearth. They work for the Knave, so they could be here to investigate too! Huh? Oh, it looks like a magician's prop. Lenny must. It was nice to bump into you again. Let's catch up in the production zone tomorrow. What in the world? It's written like he's greeting a buddy on the street. But if you say so, we can ask him what's going on. Hey, you're finally awake! Well, it's Paimon's first day as a prisoner. Last night, Paimon dreamed about getting interrogated by the guards until Paimon told them everything, and then... Hey, come on! It's just a dream, okay? Paimon wouldn't really squeal.
Hey, lazy bones! What are you still doing here? If you don't want to starve, then get yourselves over to the production zone.
Sorry!
И что ж там делать надо? Отправляйтесь на производственный участок и поговорите с Гренвелем. Я просто туда дезонтирую сейчас. Хорошо, что у меня есть крылья. А, нет, все. О, кстати, тут я могу нырять. Так, мне нужно в лифт. А, не, походу нет. А как, а чё? А, нет, все же лифт нужен. Вниз. Погнали. Ох, они тут жандармов создают. Жандарматонов, окей.
Ah, you must be the catch of the day. Looks like...
Yep, we just arrived yesterday.
Don't interrupt me when I'm...
Yes, sir.
Listen carefully to my instructions. I don't want any mishaps. Every machine here is worth more than the both. Working around these machines can be very dangerous. Do your job well, and you can eat in the cafeteria after your shift. Anyway, the Fortress of Meripede doesn't want to lose a single one of its machines. And it also doesn't want to waste the production potential.
Got it!
Your job is to use the machine over there to process widgets. Watch carefully, and make sure you step on the pedal at the right time. If the machine gets jammed, here, bring me the process widgets, and I'll give you...
Не, мне смешно стало, когда Пайман такая, yes, sir! Для ковки требуется положить необработанные детали устройства, взаимодействуют с устройством, чтобы начать испытание. Если вращающаяся часть застроена, то так и по ним вернут устройство в рабочее состояние. Когда основание детали светится, подпрыгните, чтобы завершить ковку. Я уже все понял. Это все необратимые детали. Угу.
Once the widget is hot enough to glow, jump to step on the pedal and hit the widget with the... So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem.
А, во. Я понял. Чё ж ты так ломаешься-то часто? Ура!
This one is tolerable. Though, since the processing is... Alright, I'll pass you for now. And we'll count up how many...
Paimon's exhausted. We're done now, right? Ugh. Even though Paimon's stuck, he probably just finished up his...
Нам надо линии найти. Вы посмотрите, сколько здесь жандарматонов-то.
Oh, this had better not be some disappearing act.
Я, походу, кстати, надо на этаж выше.
Doesn't seem to be around here. Let's try looking somewhere else.
Учитывая, что вот эти вот, короче, штучки, они обрезаны. Надо на этаж выше. Да, вон даже метры уменьшаются. Так, это не похоже на линию.
Hey, over here.
Oh, you scared Paimon?
Oh, you scare so easily now? Is there something worrying you these days?
You little... The only...
Sorry.
Oh, Lynette! You're here too!
That's right. My brother simply can't stand to be away from.
It's not just Lynette. Fremine is also here. Do you still remember him?
Oh, you mean that diver from the House of the Hearth, right? I don't remember seeing him in the Court of Fontaine before. Now hurry up and tell us, how did you end up as criminals this time? We fought so hard at court to prove you were innocent, but now it looks like our incredible—
Sadly, even the teeniest of things can land you in prison these days. I put together a street performance and used the popularity we gained from the Opera House in—
And then?
Next, I invited several audience members to participate in the show. And then, with the—
My brother was charged with theft, and I was charged as his accomplice.
It really isn't that bad. The missing wallets are all in the leftmost drawer of the Maison Gardiennage's big filing cabinet. We just need to see how long it takes to discover them.
Yep, we should be released then.
In terms of the magic trick itself, I think the performance went
Leave it to Lenny to magic himself into prison.
Indeed. Last time I hid my identity from you, I promised that I'd tell you absolutely everything if you were— So I don't plan on keeping anything from you this time either. At the moment, we were instructed by the father of our house, the Knave, to come here and conduct an investigation.
Told you so!
As for what we're investigating, perhaps you haven't heard, but the fortress of Meropide hides a secret. Some even say that the entire fortress exists just to protect it. The House of the Hearth has been investigating this for a very long time, trying to uncover its mysteries. But recently, all of our informants, including the ones that had infiltrated the guards, suddenly vanished. And we believe that this is a direct provocation, and it's the reason why we came here. Father has somehow managed to confirm that Focalors does not have Fontaine's Gnosis.
Huh? How did she manage to learn information that important?
Father has her ways. Many of them are beyond our imagination, and we've never had the chance to see her.
It was this information that led us to suspect that Fontaine's Gnosis might be in the fortress of Meropide and is related to that.
So it's all about the Gnosis.
Well, that's about it from our side. How about you two? Did Monsieur Nervulette send you here?
Bingo! The Knave has been applying a lot of pressure. She wants to know what happened to Child, so we came here to investigate. Traveler, are we allowed to tell them?
You don't need to worry too much about that. She's just asking for a report on Master Child's predicament as a means of pressuring you. Father used this situation as a pretext to negotiate with two high-ranking officials in the court of Fontaine. She actually just wants to be able to make concessions on this matter for gains elsewhere, almost like a bargaining chip.
Sometimes you need an excuse to do things you otherwise couldn't. And a harbinger is more valuable than you might imagine.
Of course, it's not a complete farce. If we do manage to find out what happened to Master Child too, then diplomatic relations with Fontaine could improve, and Snezhnaya might even be able to adjust its stance a bit.
Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like we're the only ones who actually care about Child's situation? The relationship between the Harbingers must be as bad as ever.
I wouldn't go that far. Father just has different standards than we do when it comes to what can be sacrificed for an advantage. Even though we have different objectives, we're both here to investigate the fortress of Meropide. It would be more efficient for us to work. As you know, the House of the Hearth has many reasons to seek the Gnosis, but our highest priority remains resolving the prophesized crisis. You can trust us on that.
See, I told you.
Is that so? Sure enough, it won't be easy to convince them.
Lenny seems to be thinking—
Of course he is. Lenny has been looking forward to a chance to reach an understanding with you ever since last we met. Or, I should say, we were really looking forward to teaming up with you this time.
Lynette, just tell them everything, why don't you?
It's okay to open up a little.
Very prudent of you, and consistent with your behavior since we first met. That's reasonable enough, and I agreed to cooperate on these terms as well. I was prepared for the worst, but you were actually more agreeable than I anticipated. All right then, there's no time to lose. I have some information to share, so listen carefully. Since Lynette and I arrived here, our investigation uncovered the fact that the Fortress of Meropide has a forbidden zone. Most people just clammed up and wouldn't talk, but after asking the right questions, we were able to confirm the existence. You should be aware of that while you're investigating.
A forbidden zone? Could that be—
Good. That's the most suspicious thing about the fortress that we know of so far. We have a few other unanswered questions. Oh, look at the time. You two must be hungry. You should go to the coupon cafeteria and get some—
Oh, that's just what Paimon wanted to hear! Paimon's starving after all that work today. We can talk more about the investigation later. Let's go get some grub!
Так, возьмите еду в купонную столовую, это мне вот сюда. Ай, даже еще ниже мне надо. Это уже нужен элеватор. Ой. Это не тот лифт. Почему они не сделали один лифт? Чтобы он просто один ехал на несколько этажей. Я либо кругля мотнул, либо я что-то не понимаю. У меня там же тоже разве нет телепорта? О, хорошо.
Oh, he wasn't kidding. Today's meal is nowhere near as good as last time. Oh, who knows how long it'll be until we're lucky enough to get that super tasty meal again. Forget about it then. We'll just deal with the regular food for the time being. Let's just get out of here as soon as possible. But life here doesn't seem all that bad. Other than the foreman being kind of mean and the work being pretty tiring.
You think so, mate? If I had a coupon for every fish who said that. Seems you fishies still haven't learned your lessons from your life up on the surface. If you take things at face value, then by the time you reach a dead end... I like your attitude. I can't. Everyone's been telling you to just follow the rules and not cause any trouble for yourself. Am I right? But what they don't tell you is that the rules aren't exactly what they pretend to be. The rules for being a prisoner. The truth is, this place has a lot of hidden rules.
Huh? Hidden rules? What do you mean?
Not everyone knows about those rules, but whether you know them or not, once you break one, you might encounter something even worse than death.
Really? Oh, now you're really...
Of course. And I'd say that just disappearing would be one of...
Oh, you mean that if there really are hidden rules, then Child's in that case, would you tell us some hidden rules? We definitely want to avoid breaking them.
Come on, mate.
Paimon understands.
Yeah, I know. Not like I'm going it. Moreover, you're new fish. Freshly caught. And completely out of your element. I'm usually around the rag and bone shop.
He left. Just like that. Huh. Do you think he's just trying to scare us into buying fake information from him? Yeah. It might be a good place to start in our investigation. Hidden rules, huh? But, like he said, we don't have any coupons and we're still not familiar with this place. Oh, there's nothing we can do about it now. We were so busy talking, we almost forgot to eat. Even if it's not the best, it's probably better while it's warm. Come on.
Вернитесь в бараке для отдыха. Как? Пожалуйста, гайд. Вот сопровождающий огонек. У меня здесь был телепорт. Ладно. Покой на этом уровне находится. Какие же длинные коридоры.
That our shift is set for every morning, and we're free to do whatever we want all afternoon. But it seems like most of the other inmates choose to continue working through the afternoon to earn more credit coupons. Oh, and they also said that you can use coupons to skip work in the morning and free up your time. They weren't kidding. Credit coupons really can be used to do anything here. Paimon's so tired. And we'll need to wake up and go to work in the morning. Without any credit coupons, it's not like we can really do anything else. Nighty-night, Traveler. Paimon hopes we can keep making progress on our investigation tomorrow.
Наш, кстати, глаз бога есть Чайльда. Он нам его отдал на прошлом стриме. Is that even possible? Oh, Child's vision! So you had a... Maybe the vision connected Child's consciousness to yours. And our investigation has its first major breakthrough! Good thing... So what did you see in the dream? Do you know where Child went? Huh. Okay. Well, hopefully it'll be a bit more helpful in the future. What's more important now is that it's the start of another new day as prisoners! Let's do our best to earn more credit coupons! What's the plan for today? Let's go! It's time to start working. If that guard Fielding catches us skulking about, he's sure to give us an earful. Так. Начинается нудятина, но мне эта нудятина пока что нравится.
Look who decided to show up! Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Good, here you go. Remember to give me...
Я помню, как работать с этим станком. Ой. Да еще.
I'm on speed. But
Hey there, fellow shiftmates. I saw you finished your work, so I thought I'd come over and say.
Oh, hey there! We've seen you before. You're.
That's right. The name's Rowan. This past few days, I couldn't help but notice the new faces working nearby. I've been working here for almost 15 years. Even the foreman, Grainville, always calls me Chief.
Whoa, you've been working here a long time, Chief. Hey, not so loud.
If there's anything you'd like to know, just ask me. I know the work here in the production zone better than the back of my hand.
Alright, Chief, we'll be sure to come to you first.
Did you just ask about... Pretty sharp for newcomers. You've already heard about the rules, huh? Who'd you hear it from? Alright. Seeing as I'm the one who came over here, you're already calling me Chief. I guess I can tell you a little. Truth is, you two keep working like this, you might be putting yourselves in danger.
Huh? Wait, there's even a rule about that? What would have happened if you never told us about this?
Well, it's usually not that easy to break one on accident. The conditions of the hidden rules are usually pretty specific. But if you work continuously in the production zone for 3 days, and if all you do besides eating and sleeping is just work, then something bad will happen during lunch on the 3rd day.
Huh? Like what?
If I knew that, then I wouldn't be standing here talking to you, now would I?
You mean, even you have never tried to—
There's actually a legend about this rule. They say that there was a worker who worked way harder than me. He was both efficient and eager on the job, and most other workers couldn't hold a candle to. One time, he tried to test his limits and worked as long as he could. He disappeared into thin air, as if he'd evaporated. Later, some people went and asked some of his past friends about him, but they said,
What the? How could that happen?
Unfortunately, we were assigned different production zones.
Wait, are you thinking that it was... Huh?
Oh? You... Listen, kid. This ain't the kind of thing you should be curious about. Let me tell you, you're better off forgetting about it and looking after yourself.
Yeah, I agree with Chief here. Do you really want to try? Alright.
Че, мы реально сейчас будем 3 дня подряд работать?
Whoa! Isn't this the super lucky meal? Looks like hard work really does get rewarded. Paimon's gonna take her time and savor every bite. What would you like to do this afternoon? Since we have time now, let's focus on him.
Так, расследуем. Вот есть зона на нашем уровне. Цели этапа. Вау. Здорово, Фицрой.
Oh, hello. You two are...
No need to be...
Sorry. I couldn't help but think of His Grace once I saw you, and, oh, it's hard to say. Maybe I am. He's got a very overwhelming presence. It makes me feel like I'm...
Wait, serious?
Oh, I'm always indecisive, and I tend to make a mess of things. It's like a reflex. I just instantly start to tense up the moment I see a smart and capable... What? Please, don't say anything like that out loud.
Мне, кстати, одно интересно. Ой, слава богу, могу эту локацию покидать. Иначе я бы убился, если бы я не смог это выйти отсюда. А, во! Во время отбывания наказания... Во время утренней смены попросите Гренвилля работать без перерыва. Утром поработайте на производственном участке, чтобы обо всем разузнать. Мы это сделали. Теперь у нас вот новая цель. Понял, принял, обработал. Нам нужен на уровень выше. Я потом найду эту музыку. Вот это что ли? Ага. А что я должен расследовать здесь? О, стоп. Красиво. Здесь тоже явно ничего интересного. А вот стоит Линет.
Oh, wonderful. I was worried that you'd be busy trying to earn credit.
Paimon likes having more coupons, but no, have you also been investigating the area, Lynette?
No, I was just slacking off, and you happened to catch me. My brother is still obsessed with anything remotely related to the Forbidden Zone. But knowing him, it won't be long before we get more leads. Oh, before I forget, this is for you.
Huh? Credit coupons?
I've been here longer than you, so credit coupons aren't a resource in particularly short supply.
Aw, that's so nice of you, Lynette. We'll be sure to make good use of these.
Удивительная все-таки эта локация. Очень удивительная. Сложно заняться чем-то другим, кроме сюжета. Будь мы в Монштаде или Лилуе, и я бы воспользовался возможностью заняться чем-то другим. Ну а тут как бы вариантов zero просто. А, вот он стоит, смотрите, рабочий.
Hey, it's the Traveler and Paimon. No need to tease me, okay? I won't trip on the same step twice. Listen, I feel ashamed about last time. Thank you for praising me in front of His Grace. Here are the extra credit coupons.
Huh? No, we couldn't take them.
But when I was welcoming you, I didn't do anything but give you the stink eye. Come on, I insist. These coupons are nothing compared to getting the...
А и все? Прогуляйся вокруг в поисках подсказок. Нам все еще надо дождаться утра. Что еще находится на уровне? Вот этот waypoint находится. Ага. Это еще выше, получается, уровень, чем этот. Давайте поищем лифт на верхний этаж. Это вниз, значит... противоположной стороны должен быть наверх. Что ж, нету лифта наверх. Однако есть... А, это то же самое, да? Однако это не на нашем же уровне. Это на уровне высшем. Это надо каким-то боком попасть вот... куда-то наверх. Возможно, это же вообще не связано с этим местом. Я такой вариант тоже исключать не буду. Ага.
Oh, you want to stop investigating? Okay, you should.
Так, сейчас мы должны попросить.
Since we had a productive day.
Надо сейчас с челиком тем поговорить.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to. What do you have?
Вот, да, у нас вот во время утренней смены попросите Гренвилля работать без перерыва.
But Paimon really hopes the
Look who decided to show up! Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Oh? What's with suddenly wanting to work so hard? You need coupons that badly?
Sure. Let's just say we really want to test our limits. Nice! We did well today. Let's keep it up. Ooh, Paimon's. That's it. Paimon doesn't even have the energy to talk anymore.
Ну да, работать 3 дня подряд это...
Oh, Paimon's exhausted. Wait a sec. Now that Paimon thinks about it, haven't we been working non-stop? Oh, Paimon feels a shiver going, but it doesn't seem like anything's changed at all. And we made it to the coupon. Are the so-called hidden rules only a rumor after all? Well, there's no use to just guessing all day. Paimon wonders what we'll get today. Wait, what? What in the world is this? Is this stuff meat? But it looks and feels so bizarre. What kind of chef would... What do you think is going on? Is this the bad thing? No, stop right there. Paimon gets what you mean. Just don't say... Hey, isn't that Woolsey over there? Hey, Woolsey, have a moment?
What is it? I'm about to go report the numbers for today's free...
It's about the meat in our meals.
The meat? Oh, that. Looks perfectly fine to me. Total...
How could this be? What should we do now? Woolsey wouldn't even give us the time of day. Yeah, looks like we have no other choice. Paimon was
Strange Meat. Странное бесплатное питание, полученное в купонной столовой после нарушения тайного правила производственного участка.
What would you like to do this afternoon?
Нифига нам 1,5 купонов дали.
Yeah, Paimon felt...
Так, что же мы имеем? Нам надо наверх. Так. Ну, как сюда попасть? Можно вот так. Однако есть еще вот квестик пониже немножко. О, да. Что же нам здесь надо исследовать? Какие дальше цели? Используйте случаем, обойдите все вокруг, чтобы найти побольше в странном мясе. О! Сиджвин, да. Сиджвин?
Aren't you supposed to be in the infirmary? Hello, traveler. Paimon? Everyone's usually busy around now, and we don't have enjoy? It's really worth watching. Are you talking about pets or people? Oh, I can see why you think that, but you shouldn't just see. We Melazines are. Wait. Yes. Take care of your body. We'll definitely.
Наблюдающая Сиджвин. Госпожу Сиджвин часто видят недалеко от производственного участка, наблюдающий за рабочими. Кажется, она может определить состояние человека на глаз. Что ж, теперь идем наверх. Здорово, Роуэн.
Rowan?
Oh, I was injured a bit just now. Nothing major,
Huh. Paimon wouldn't have thought someone.
Shh. I just knew you would say that. This is pretty embarrassing.
Oh, you mean she wasn't in.
Yeah. The rumors say that there's never anybody in the
Huh. That's actually really strange. Cedrine's always.
Forget it. I can take care of a small sprain.
Да блин, я это уже исследовал. Прогуляйтесь вокруг в поисках подсказок. Опа.
Hey, look! There's something here! That suspicious guy peeking into the infirmary just now. He must have dropped this. The Melazine perceive the world very differently from. As a result, their sense of aesthetics and beauty. Ooh, this all sounds pretty serious. He should. And as for the notebook, what's the.
В исследовательских записях написано следующее. Мы это только что читали. Да. Прогуляюсь вокруг в поисках. Блин, надо выйти. Мы до постельки гуляемся. Сколько время? Ой, все, стрим сейчас закончим.
Oh, you want to stop in the. Okay, you should rest. So after working a few days straight, has our investigation turned up anything useful recently? Really? Well, we'll keep. Paimon doesn't want to get. What do you have planned?
После обеда побывайте на ринге, чтобы обо всем разузнать. Потратим купоны, чтобы не работать. Идем работать на производственный участок. Пока нет никаких новых зацепок, возможно, стоит поработать на производственном участке, вдруг там найдется что-нибудь неожиданное. Ладно.
After working here so long, we're really but doing the same thing all. Yeah, it's good. Looks like hard work really does. Paimon's gonna take her time and save her. What would you like to do this afternoon? Sure.
Ну а на ринг мы отправимся уже завтра. Спасибо всем, что были на стриме. Всем удачи, всем пока.